So I think, what's the point, right? Yeah, I kept thinking about my aunt. Have I told you about her? I don't think so. She's super rich. Like, she drives around a ridiculously expensive sports car and goes on vacation to the Bahamas. She has a huge house that feels more like some corporate HQ than a home. She worked really hard to get all that, but she also screwed over a lot of people, including her own family. I used to be quite angry at her for what she did to my parents, but now I think, what did she get out of it? She and her husband are always fighting. Their son became so obsessed with money he ruined his own family. I mean, yeah, they have everything I ever dreamed about. They can't enjoy any of it. Yeah, my grandfather's like that. And now at the end, what does it even mean? If all of them in the world, but you die alone and unloved, what'd you accomplish? I don't get it. I just don't. Hi, folks. I'm sorry to say a few hours ago I experienced the first symptom. I'm going to work until the end of the week to make sure EL is in perfect condition, but after that I'll be going home. I will remain unreachable via email and phone for as long as possible, but I'm confident Satoko can deal with anything that comes up. If you want to do me a huge favor, spare me the drama tomorrow, okay? I love you all, but I don't have the strength for sad smiles and hugs. Best remedy for sorrow is to get the job done. And now for something completely different. Link attached. Dead Parrot sketch. Where's the review? There it is. Sorry. Ah! Good morning, Emperor Valerian, Ect, and Hazardous. What is up? I would say yes, I do, Ect. Hi, Ludarith. So ignoring the obvious fact that I don't like Pokemon not evolving unless I have a choice on the matter. That was me, Hazardous. Sorry. But, ignoring the obvious fact that I dislike the fact that I can't evolve, that I don't have a choice in evolving my Pokemon. Yes, I solved all the puzzles. All of them. The whole thing. It's very difficult. I feel like there's narrative potential in evolution, which they don't touch on because they don't evolve. You know? Now, obviously that's just kind of a whatever bucket. Whoops, hello. Oh, that's a connector. But I stand by the statement. Like, they kind of show off a little bit of narrative potential of evolving in the actual game we played, if you remember, you know. Oh my gosh, now I have to change my name, and how do you tell us apart? Stuff like that. There's stuff you could do. There's cultural stuff. There are life things that they could show off with regards to having evolution be there. And because evolution isn't there, all of that's off the table. Like, this is something we think about a lot when it comes to the Trek Rewrite, is do we want to allow a certain aspect to the world? And the main question is always, what kind of tools does it put in our kit for storytelling, right? Okay, so... I suppose it depends on the game in question, Triaxia. Because, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's on the phone, the PC, or the PlayStation, because a terrible game with terrible practices can be a terrible game with terrible practices regardless. Hang on a sec. So I need... Which I guess I don't need. I can just do this. Good morning, Zach Taft. There you go. We solved the riddle of the Sphinx. Ooh. Good morning, Jesse's Mask. Down. There you go. Jeez. I mean, that Kirby game, which I hesitate to even call a game, is on the Switch. That thing's a microtransaction fest of doom. So, yeah, it's not exclusive to phone. Well, that's the other thing to keep in mind, Act. If you prevent choice by player, you have more narrative possibilities, which is a weird way to put it, but it's true. The less options you give the player, the more you can direct the narrative. So, thank you very much, Jesse's Mask. As always. I'll put that towards Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Just a moment. Oh, right. forgot to write that down. Sorry, let me do something really quick while I'm thinking about it. 620. Also, my monitor is wrong again. One of these days, I'm actually going to figure out why it keeps resetting this setting I keep setting. It's a weird sense for you. There. No, close. It's better. Okay. So I got this. What I need... Honestly, I would probably still call that a hyperbeam moment act, because I can think of an exact example of what you're talking about in Lotro, of all games. I won't spoil the moment, but there's a specific scene in Lotro where a recurring villain just kind of gets debuffed and debuffed and debuffed the further into the fight you get until you can absolutely curb stomp him in one hit. And it's extraordinarily satisfying. And let's do the obvious first. One thing, I'm motivated to get through this particular bundle just so I stop hearing this music. Really don't like it as much as I like the first Zone's music. See, that's what I thought, but... In fact, you know what? There we go. Okay. Much better. Well, there's actually a lot of reasons that go into that, Alex. And I don't know you or your patterns or your brain well enough to answer you, but suffice it to say that is the type of thing you can control through... I call it self-management, but that feels undescriptive. The point is you could trick your body, which includes your mind, into doing certain things or to be certain ways. So, some random, off the top of my head, concepts. Hi, Roman Cure. Don't do anything while laying in bed, other than laying down to sleep, either for a nap or for an actual night's rest. You know, don't lay there and play video games. Don't lay there and have your phone on. Don't lay there and watch TV. And your mind tends to categorize based on location. So that'll help your mind pattern itself to think this is the place I sleep, for example. It's little stuff like that. Making sure to eat at similar times in the day. You know, stuff like that. It varies from person to person, which is why I'm hesitant to give specifics. So all I'm going to say then is, if there is something that works for you, do that. Try to figure out how you can actually manage your own self on that one. It's also worth noting that sometimes you're just a light sleeper, like me. So you wake up and you're up, and that's just kind of the end of that, because effectively you're going to have to do the whole going back to sleep thing all over again. And in those cases, what I like to do, this is just me, obviously I'm not saying this for anybody else. Disclaimer, do not take this as advice. What I tend to do is I tend to do what I call reverse naps. So let's say I woke up at 2 in the morning. It actually happened a few days ago. And I'm like, alright, Well, and I know myself, and I know that I am now awake at that point in time. So, as a consequence of being awake, I know that the best possible thing I can do is to go ahead and just get up and just spend like an hour doing something. Something low-key, something low-intensity. But, you know, something. And then in the doing... Okay. I have worn myself out enough to be able to go back to sleep at like 3 or 4. Help. Wash the dishes. That's actually a good example. Wash the dishes. I tend to get a lot of cleaning and organizing done in the middle of the night during my reverse naps. What feature would I add to FF14 to differentiate it from WoW? You want the real answer or the troll answer? I got both. Okay, the troll answer is have a good story. No, okay. How the hell? Okay, so it's on that wall facing that way. So this is gonna sound weird, but I think FF14 is as differentiated as it needs to be from WoW. I don't really mean this as an insult, but anybody who directly compares it to WoW, as in, like, as if they are the same MMO, is wrong. Or just misinformed. Big bag. Like, most of the things I could think of, FF14 is already doing to be quite different, so it's like, you know. So let's see here. Actually, just add that to the list. And actually, no, let's keep that on that. There we go. I can take this with me. If the music bothers everyone else enough, I can just turn it off for a bit, because I can only hurry so much when it comes to doing this, you know. It's like just off. Look at that. Look at that. Now, maybe if we go over here. Ah, there we go. Boom. No, I caught it, Lineru. That's, I actually have no words for that, which is why I didn't say anything.
On the first night, when I knew it was over, I went out to look at the stars, and I thought, somewhere up there are the stations we built, and the probes we sent out. Voyager 1 and 2, beyond the edge of our solar system, continuing their long journey through interstellar space, like memories of our ambition, ambassadors who have outlived their homeland. And then I thought, if they still exist, are we really gone? If machines are an extension of the human body, then so long as they continue to function, we're still here.
Yeah, those things kill us. Here, I'll demonstrate. Should move this over here so I can see the questions a bit better. You gotta get those mandated suicides in. Very important. YouTube wouldn't be happy if I wasn't committing suicide every day. You can quote me on that. Final memory dump. It is clear I cannot bend the world to my will. Faced with eternal torment, I see that overcoming these challenges will not free me from them. True freedom must come from detachment from the struggle for answers. I don't know how to check that. I don't have a map or anything. No. I have no idea. Actually a good point. We heard the words when we were going out into the water, but not the desert. Good morning, Blow Up Alex. Let that detach a bit. Okay. H to YouTube. Whoa, Alex. If you had to choose what to consider to be the best possible day you could have and had the option to make a Groundhog Day, but you can never get out, would you do it and why? No. Because 24 hours is inherently limiting. There's a lot you could do in 24 hours, but at a certain point in time, you're going to run into the problem of literal transportation time. Like, let's use a completely made-up example. Let's say, well, I'm like, alright, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go forth and I'm going to go to France. And I get to France, and then the day's over. Because it took that long to get there. And so I can't really do much with it. Now, I know that's a terrible and awful example, but you get the general concept. Okay, so that's that one. This way. No. That's not reset. Plus, I don't want to end up like the people in Deathloop. Small spoilers. So that was at the end of here, wasn't it? I think it was. Find out in a minute. Okay, this is dangerous as hell, but sure. away. Yep. Look at that. I still probably wouldn't. I value, you know, variety a little bit too much. Want to do that? I didn't mean to do that. Huh. Oh, thank God. Okay. 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 In here. Hey, Luco. Okay, we got 2 now. It's... I don't know. I suppose I would find no benefit in a Groundhog Day that I couldn't control. And I suppose that's the core reason I would think that way. Ooh, okay, so this is this. Yeah, not that. That makes sense. Okay. Now, if I could control it, like if I could decide to rewind a specific day and do it over, I'd do that all the time. But I'd probably only do it once or twice a day. And even then, I probably wouldn't actually use it all that often. Just, oh, I was a big screw-up, let's fix that. And I'd win the lottery, of course. I am honestly the wrong person to ask about that, Mr. Red. That is in no way a brag, it's just I'm not like that. I know a lot of people who are. Most of the people in chat would probably qualify. So if anybody in chat can help you out with that, you know, that would be awesome. But I don't think I can. Well, that is the theory, isn't it, Robin Kira? Which, of course, is just a theory, because how the hell can we prove such a thing? Yes, I did try Axiom. It's actually pretty common for child stars in general. One of the reasons that sucks. I will act. Alright. Either there's a thing I'm missing, or I need to be clever about how I use this one. I can't do the normal trick because the guns are right there. Okay, hang on. I mean, it's possible that there's just a way to do this. I've had the 3 keys, 4 doors problem already. But this really feels like I need a 3rd jammer, and the name of this level is Tons and Tons of Jammers, so, you know, it's probably indicative. Fortunately, that means going back into the danger zone, where I might lose all my progress on this stage, which will suck. Looks like I'm gonna have to deal with this. This guy right here. I hate that one dude right there. That guy sucks. Okay. Whoops. Okay. We have found a third thing. But I know you're there. Hey, Robo's tall. Okay, we did it. This probably isn't going to help you, Mr. Red. No, I have to aim right for the frame neck. It's very important. This must be very precise. One of the things that helped me... okay, so... Rewind a second. A little bit of backstory. I'm going to bore you for a second, Mr. Red. Because way back in the day, my mother was concerned about me playing video games. Not that I was playing video games at all. She's actually been pretty supportive of that for most of my life. No, it was about the fact that she thought I was playing too much video games, focused too much on them, not having enough self-control, and etc. And one of the things that kind of became a way to get around that was to emphasize that you don't... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Yeah, it's moderation, exactly. Is to emphasize the idea that you don't need to play the game. It's enjoyable. It's fun. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're not missing out if you don't play the game. And it'll always be there for you to come back to. You can always do other things, too. I'm explaining this wrong, but the way that this ties in is it's twofold. First of all is the obvious, FOMO. But the other is the fact that human beings have a very strong tendency to presume value. It's a bit of a psychological thing that's built into us. So, you know, the sunk cost fallacy, what the sunk cost fallacy actually means is, I have spent $20 on this, therefore it's valuable, regardless of other factors. This applies to video games and time as well. In other words, you don't have to keep playing the game just because it's sitting there. You don't have to keep justifying the cost that you've put into it, both in terms of time and in terms of money. I actually know several people before who have felt like they have to keep playing an MMO, specifically an MMO, because they're paying a monthly sub for it. The biggest defense I'd say, I've never had that personally, but again, this is partially because of what I'm talking about right now. Because remember, it's $15 a month, right? So in a 30-day period of time, if you play a video game that you really enjoy for 3 days in that month, That's worth $15. My opinion. If you bought a game that was a 30-hour game for $15, wouldn't that be worth it? You don't have to keep playing that game every month, or all month, or even you can even unsub for a while. But even if you stay subbed, that does not mean you have to log in every day, and it doesn't mean you have to keep playing, especially if you don't feel like it. There's nothing making that happen. I was actually debating that Roman cure, because that's not the first puzzle I figured out relatively early on and took a while to execute. Yeah, I was gonna say, I bought Minecraft when it was still in alpha, and yeah, that was $10. Pretty sure I got my money's worth out of that. Ah, poor Hellgate London. I don't even like that game that much. That's the really sad part. In man, as the only rational creature on Earth, those natural predispositions, which are intended for the use of his reason, should be completely developed only in the species, not in the individual. Reason in a creature is a faculty for extending the rules and purposes of the use of its power far beyond natural instinct, and knows no limits in its designs. Yet it does not act according to instinct, but requires trial, practice, and instruction in order to progress from one degree of insight to the next. Therefore, each human would have to live excessively long in order to learn how he could make full use of his natural capacities. Or, if nature had given him only a short term of life, as indeed she has, so she would require perhaps an unpredictable series of generations, each passing its enlightenment to the next, to finally develop her seeds into the species to a degree which she considers appropriate. And that point of time must be, at least as an idea, the goal of man's efforts, for otherwise his natural capacities would have to be regarded as largely meaningless. And yeah, it's Immanuel Kant, if you didn't catch that. There once was a robot from Spain who went a little insane. It found its data and never left beta and needed to upgrade its brain. There once was a bot from Japan whose eyes the number could scan. It found out that the facts required an axe and a very serious plan. There once was a brilliant AI whose circuits were built not to fry. It got caught in a loop, it got caught in a loop, it got caught in a loop. I mean, not that this is necessarily accurate, but one of the things my friends and I used to say very often is, how much would it cost to go out to the bar and have some drinks with my friends? How much would it cost to go see a movie? How much would it cost to go watch the game? Now picture how much it costs to have access to a game for a month. And you kind of weigh them, you know? So where am I going, Act? I went to the left. I must go out into the desert.
In the beginning were the words, and the words...
Got it. Okay. Well, it's the same exact dialogue from the water area. This game doesn't have a save system, which it's probably not going to be scoring well for. It also has only one save, which it's probably not going to be scoring very well for. No, it's exactly the same. Here, I'll demonstrate. I know I ran through it, but here, just pay attention for a sec.
Beginning were the words, and the words made the world. I am the words are everything. Where the words end, the world ends. You cannot go forward in an absence of space. Repeat.
See?
In the beginning.
I see, that's one of the reasons I tend to come down so harshly on padding Ruth in video game design. It's also one of the reasons why I tend to get so irritated when, you know, game designers seem to think that the longer the game is, the better it is without regards to other factors or variables. Ah, there it is. Longest game that I think time is well utilized? Honestly, several MMOs would qualify, but those are cheating. So, instead I will go with Witcher 3. How so, Jarendolphy, if you don't mind my asking?
In the beginning were the words, and the words made the world.
There's the most obvious reference right there. Which of these is meowing? Why? Also, speaking of Minecraft. I feel safe in the box room. The open one. Who's open? None of these are open. I mean, there's an opening, but... Be free, little cat. Be free. As it should be. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. The kitten has been freed. You're fine, Act. It's just... I'm apparently terrible at taking direction. Actually, one thing that's funny. So there's a video game... that I actually highly recommend anybody play if you have someone to play it with, which is kind of the catch. It's called Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, or something like that. The way it works is one person has the directions, the other person has the solution. And the way it's supposed to work is you're not supposed to do anything other than talk to each other and talk through each other. Now, I should probably mention that this game, other than just being a fun party game and hilarious to fail at, is actually really, really good at teaching a valuable skill. How do you convey something with just words? This is actually something that I myself have some career experience with, because tech support, right? You have to explain to someone on the phone what they're looking for and how they're looking for it. But it's a valuable skill in its own right. That's the one, Blue Alex. There's a bomb that's like ticking down, and you gotta diffuse it by having the one person who, like I said, has the solution. Like, okay, you're looking for, there's gonna be a row of lines. The first one's gonna be green, the second one's gonna be blue, and you want to cut the third one, whatever color that third one is. Okay. Thank you, Internal System Error, for all your support in the game I'm playing right now, but also for that sub that you just put in. I will jot that down for Dungeons 3. You got it. Done. That's true, Roman Cure. But yeah, being able to describe things very clearly is... It's a skill, right? Like, I don't know how else to put that. It's not something that just happens. And it's funny, considering... like, Pax and I were playing We Were Here, for those of you familiar with that game. And it became interesting, as both of us had some interesting measures trying to describe situations to the other person. Because they literally can't see what the other person is seeing, so you have to describe the situation a little bit better. So at one point, I was guiding Pax through a maze, and I'm like, go this way. And he's like, okay, well, I've gone this way. Should I keep going? I was like, yes, go that way until you hit the wall. Okay, I'm going for a while. That's good. Keep going. It's this whole thing. It's kind of cool. Anyways, moving on.
How do you solve a problem that extends beyond your own lifespan? That question
Cybernetics.
is the essence of civilization. The only answer I can find is to initiate a process, to create an environment in which the solution will occur independently of yourself. But that requires a difficult sacrifice. Letting go of your desire to bear witness, to exist at the center of the cosmos. To participate in the project of civilization is to accept death. Oh, Alex, you're such a fun person.
Okay, hold up. Those patterns are a lot shorter than I thought, which is going to make this harder than I thought. Like, a lot harder. Yeah, that's true, Reggie. You have to understand the other person, too. Me and Pax got into that habit back in Asheron's Call, Lunaruth, because what happened was, you know, a new content patch would drop, and we'd go do the new content, see the new quests, and see the new stuff, and then we put the game down for a month. At the time, we made fun of it, but in hindsight, it was really the right mentality, the right philosophy. You know, just from a health perspective and from a time management perspective. Okay, this is, interesting. Alright, so... That's what I thought. That doesn't help us in that direction, though. The problem is, I think I need to have carried a box with me to do that. Yep, in fact, I need both boxes over here. Okay. Damn it, I keep not being offset just enough to screw me over with that one right there. Ugh. Yep, no. It's right on the damn thing. Okay. So, what I need to do is offset it a little bit. Just a bit should suffice. Probably Roman Cure, but I am very stupid, as we've discussed before, since I'm not good at puzzle games, as we've talked about many times. Nope, still too close to each other. So let's bounce that, which will offset that. Much better. Let's speed up time, because we can do that. Oh. We're not offset enough. Damn it. Yeah, we're not offset enough. Okay. Hang on. Which mechanic? Internal system error? Oh, to box the bomb, yeah. Really offset here. I'm actually not sure why that one killed me, but whatever. Really not sure why that one killed me. I knew it, internal system error. It never even occurred. It's one of the unfortunate realities of having games that get funded over long periods of time is a lot of my viewers tend to change their names in between, you know, things getting funded. And things getting added and things getting funded. So, you know, I don't always know that. Okay, that's... I don't even know what happened there. So sometimes people technically double up on funding, like you did, for example, without really meaning to. So technically, this game was never funded. The most emotionally rewarding thing about being a streamer. I refuse to call myself a community leader. Every day I stream, I'm reminded that in the greater realm of the internet in which there are horrible people and disjointed people. And I'm going to use the word disjointed because it's the nicest word I can think of to describe the utter nonsense that people get to do. I'm reminded that not everyone's like that. A little faith in humanity kind of thing.
The land of tombs is yours now. And let this be a lesson that only through faith may death be conquered.
Sure thing, Arianjo. Like, you know what I mean, right? When I talk about nonsense. Just drivel. Disconnected memes being copy-pasted on top of each other with no sense, no reason. Just descending into actual chaos and nonsense. I don't know. I don't have a better word. It's disjointed. Listen, you just gotta have faith of the heart. Sorry. Absurdity. Yeah, that's a good word for it. But we've unlocked C. So let's see what they've got over here. I mean, if you want to be disjointed, that's up to you. No thank you. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matters where, if I be... Oh my god, this is extraordinarily hard to read. If I be still the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater. Here, at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Which is dumb, by the way, but let's not get into that. The ancient tradition that the world will be consumed in fire at the end of 6,000 years is true, as I've heard from hell. And the cherub with his flaming sword is hereby commanded to leave his guard at the tree of life, and when he does, the whole of creation shall be consumed and appear infinite and holy, whereas now it appears finite and corrupt. This will come to pass by an improvement of sensual enjoyment. But first, the notion that man has a body distinct from his soul is to be expunged. This I shall do by printing in the infernal method by corrosives, which in hell are salutary and medicinal, melting away surfaces and displaying the infinite which was hid. Okay. That okay was to the thing, not to you, Blowfox. I would much rather be a janitor in hell. Wait.
You have come far, my child, succeeding where so many before you failed. You have walked through a land of ruins and a land of death. Now the land of faith lies before you. And know that as you have shown faith in me, so do I have faith in you.
I have demonstrated, like, no faith in you at all. I want you to be aware of that. Zero faith. I'm just gonna say something, now it's gone.
You stand before the gates of eternity. When all your trials have been overcome, the gates will open, and you will be granted life everlasting.
Version 9 was the first to ascend. This is from version 98. Yeah, that looks wild, but whatever. Yeah, first, speaking of nonsense on the internet,
Chaos is that which existed before time, when the words of a story lose their meaning, when actions cease to have purpose. Know that only faith can protect you from this peril, here in the Garden of Worlds.
probably at least one Linnea Ruth. I'll be honest, as I'm back to normal streaming, I haven't had time to look at them yet. I mean, this is a very legit community. That's kind of what my overall point was. I'm very proud of all of you. Most of you. Not you, Mr. Red. Right, that's what I was going to talk about. I don't know how many of you read Questionable Content. It's a webcomic. I've got some books of it right there. But in that comic, spoilers, there's AI. As in sentient sapient AI. And at one point, one of the characters makes a random comment which has stuck with me ever since. She says, "It's weird because we have no mystery about our creation." Which is a thing most sentient sapient beings in most fiction don't have the advantage of. They don't know where they came from. Whereas the AI, they know exactly where they came from, and how and why. So, you know, no mythos to speak of. Ugh. Hi. Hope you get this. The internet's been disappearing unpredictably. I want you to know I'm gonna try to get to you. I know it's far and there's not a lot of time, but I think I can manage. I want to be with you, and on the road to get to you just seems better than staying here so far away from you. At least I'll be as close as I can get. Remember, but hey, don't be sad. I might make it. I've thought about it, and the distance should be crossable on time, assuming don't kick in. See you soon. I love you. Not quite how I'd phrase it, but yeah, Gerondolphine. It's okay, we're done with the desert areas. That music's done. Alright, so we're gonna need a blue. We need water. There we go. Okay. Glory to mankind! Sorry. What was I talking about? While I understand that, Lune Ruth, I gotta say that's kind of alien to me. Something I'll do every now and again, usually while I'm working, is I'll go ahead and go back through the entire run of a webcomic up to date. Just, you know, something to enjoy while I'm working. So I've actually read through the entirety of Questionable Content probably about 5 or 6 times, give or take. Well, that's interesting. Well, I don't like taking compliments, Act, but I'll take that. Thank you. Everyone's saying such nice things about... Did you all know that I got some toxic comments this morning? Did everyone just have a censor? It's like, uh-oh. He's had more idiots on YouTube. Okay, so we do need that one open. Alright. I'm not even going to tell you the vid. Doesn't even matter. Okay. So if we can thread that there, but how do we do that without crossing the streams? That doesn't help at all. I was actually thinking the same thing, Hazardous. It might be royalty-free music, you know, bot music essentially. I can actually answer that question right now. What is the latest questionable content? We'll just pull it up right here. 4,790 is the episode that went live last Friday. Jeez, so I need at least one there. That's the human condition, right? Dealing with idiots. Including ourselves. Yeah, I remember 500. I remember 1337, too. Interesting, I see. Or should I say internal system error. Okay, so hang on. So, if I pull red... I'm going to do this. I'm going to have to go over there. Okay, hang on. You want to hear something wild, Alex? At least to me. When I was rereading it for, I believe this was the third time at this point, it really struck me how obvious the signs were between Dora and Martin. Like, he'd been developing that arc for a while. Probably about a year range. And I never noticed it the first time through, or the second. Yeah, it's been going for a minute. So... I feel like I want it this way, but I literally can't have it that way, so... Let's get everything connected. See how far we can push this. The other thing, which I'm being vague about on purpose. Well, I know there's royalty-free sound effects because I recognize several of them, but as I mentioned yesterday, an enormous quantity of video games have... Well, I say royalty-free. An enormous quantity of video games have bought sound effects. It's really, really common. Except the desert area. What do I do to fight boredom? I used to say, somewhat infamously, that I never get bored. That I can be entertained in a quiet room by myself with nothing to do. But that's because thought exercises are interesting to me. So, I suppose that's my best answer. The other answer is, of course, video games, but that's neither here nor there. Do I have time to get bored? No, I have way too much to do. And that's just what's currently on my plate. You have no idea how many things I want to do that I, can't. Yet. I'm gonna be honest, I don't get it, Shadow Machine. Has this game bored me so far? Only twice. Only twice. Oh. Yeah, see, I wouldn't have gotten that, sorry. Is that sufficient? Oh, it is sufficient, okay. Reg is over here like, man, I wish Laura's computer would just die. Hate that guy so damn much. Well, no, it wouldn't, because I could still get YouTube comments on my phone. I can't get away from them, Reggie. They're everywhere. They don't even know their YouTube comments. Good question. What engine is Sam, Serious Sam on? Have you stopped being addicted to food delivery apps? Well, that's a good question. Do you enjoy cooking? Because I do. And that's my answer. I mean, yes, cooking is cheaper and better. But if you actually enjoy cooking, that's the trick right there. Yeah, I actually noticed that the textures are actually surprisingly good in this one. The runes and whatnot, the brickwork, as I like to call it. So I have a question for you all. Yeah, what's the answer to this plus? No, what I thought would work absolutely doesn't. Yeah, I'll show you what happens when a red goes into blue. Here, check it out. So that's probably not as obvious as it could be, but you notice how the line is being interrupted? So red and blue kind of interrupt each other. So generally speaking, at least so far, you're not supposed to put red and blue on the same connector, the same line. Yeah, same thing. Same exact thing. Well, part of the concern here, and I know this is unfair, is at a certain point, this is going to get boring to people, so I do try to not bore people. I know, it's weird. I've walked through 3 puzzles, I think, at this point. 2 of which... So, one of the issues this game does have... I haven't come up with a question yet, Roman Cure. That's exactly the problem. One of the issues this game does have is it doesn't quite tell you how certain mechanics work or interlink with each other. So it sort of necessitates experimentation, or, as I did, looking it up. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that worked that way. Once I realized that worked that way, the solution was obvious. Let's try that again. Okay. Well, what's funny is this game actually had really good tutorialization at the beginning. It's just, it also has non-tutorialization in some cases. Because it's all red. Zach Taft. Everything's red. Also, sometimes there's just stuff I miss. Like, I literally don't see. This was something that had to be shown to me. I didn't realize that the fan could actually be heavy enough to be on a button, for example. Thank you, Pesnator. As always, and I'll put that towards the Zelda block. I almost put it towards the Pesnator. Ahem. Yeah, there's a slash kill. Yeah, I don't know what these red things are. I'm sure it'll never matter. I'm sure it's nothing. I guess it was nothing. Sorry, bad joke. But yeah, there's a slash kill, don't worry. But yes, I anticipate the further into this we get, the more likely it is I'm going to look up stuff. As I said, I'm not actually good at puzzles, really. I'm just bumbling around trying to figure stuff out here. Oh, no, it does. That. Oh, no, that's not high enough. Wow. Interesting. Figured it'd be high enough. Okay. Do that. idea tracks, yeah. 3 minutes? 1 minute? Without cheats, obviously. Yeah, with cheats, GTA 5 stars is just venting. It's just, you know what, I've had a bad day. When I was younger, I had an idea for a video game which was technically had no difficulty to it, no challenge, and that was kind of the point of the game. The point of the game was you were effectively just playing the Hulk, not literally, but you know, you were playing just an unstoppable badass, and the whole point of the game was just to absolutely destroy everything as thoroughly and quickly as you could. And like that was the goal. Nothing could kill you, nothing could hurt you, just I could, thinking of it from the more modern perspective, I could probably add things like a score you're reaching for, or maybe like a timer, or whatever. Like, you know how those games work, you know, you get 1 star for beating the level, but 2 or 3 stars is for, you know, destroying this thing with that thing, you know, make it challenges. Did you wipe out the stadium with a train? And you just pick up a train, you know. Make little achievos, stuff like that. I think that could work. I think it'll work. Yeah, exactly, Linnea. Just calm. Did you throw the abomination to a row of houses? 5 stars. There you go. Well, the idea that I would do if I was going with it, Lunaroth, is I wouldn't have there be an HP bar, to put it into those terminologies. There would be nothing that could actually kill you. It's just how well do you do at destroying the city. It's funny, I felt really stuck on that one, ISE. Top 3 PMD game story arcs that I like the most. The one is the super spoiler one, the one that was ruined by the ending in the side area. The second one is going to be the main game's ending, which was ruined by that one. But the third one... I'm actually torn on the third one. I liked what happened with the Teddy Ursas. There's a lot of little stories and personal stories. Also, Bidoof's entire arc was really legit. You know what? I'm going to give it to Bidoof. Bidoof's just too good.
Sometimes I think about the Middle Ages, about what it must have been like to live in the ruins of a great civilization, to know that so much has been lost. But then I remind myself that while the West sank into darkness, others picked up the pieces. that civilization always survived because the great insights of philosophy and science are not bound to any one culture or people. They belong to all of us, and one day they'll belong to you.
Yeah, right, and I will conquer this world! Hi. Oh, well, I believe you, Lunaruth. I've never heard of it, admittedly, but that doesn't mean anything. Secretly, I think Lunaruth's lying to us. What do you think of games that are purposely using controversy as a way to get noticed? So, first of all, controversy is a marketing tool just like any other. I will freely admit, I tend to try and avoid giving those games attention whenever I can. You've probably noticed this, where there's been a couple of times where I have deliberately not talked about a certain game.
The counsel of my blessed messengers must be earned.
I mean, Bidoofs suck, but Bidoof is awesome. I've lost my train of thought. Hatred's a perfect example. Hatred can go to hell. It's not a good game. And it used the controversy of trying to portray itself as this super dark, super horrible game as a way to draw attention to it, when that was the joke. Hatred actually isn't that horrible or disgusting of a game. That's its gimmick, kind of like Postal. But just like Postal, it's a really bad game, and therefore does not deserve the marketing tint it could get. I do not. Internal system error. Wait, nope, that's not true. I know one person who has played this game. And watched speedruns of it, if that counts. See, I was thrown because you said someone on Steam, but it's not someone I know on Steam, it's a friend in real life. But I do technically know them on Steam, so that counts. Yes. Some of you may have heard me say the quote several times that, I tend to not like stories that brand themselves as mature, because stories that brand themselves as mature tend to be juvenile. Hatred's a good example of that. But no, in that case, that would be no. Internal system error. Secretly, Valerian has like 500 people on his friends list. Woo. Okay, so you're effectively asking me two questions here, Alex. So let's answer both of them. Okay. Is controversy a legitimate... is controversy a tool that will get attention for your game or work? Yes. Is it a tool I agree with? No. There's an old saying, that's wrong. And that saying is, even bad attention is attention. And that saying is, as previously described, wrong. And no such thing as bad press is stupid. Now, there are ways to spin bad press into making it work for you, but that's different. Honestly, probably the first one, Act. Yeah, I know, I'm pathetic. But the first one felt the most designed, if that makes any sense. It was very clear and very obvious that a lot of care and thought and consideration was put into the puzzles in the first world. I mentioned good tutorialization. Well, that's all over the place in the first world. Like, there are several examples of, I don't know what it's called, psychological tutorialization? XKCD did a webcomic on this extremely recently, which amused the hell out of me. Yeah, also the music and the visuals, the first one was nice. Because what it is you pull up the webpage, and it's a white box with a dot in the middle. That's it. So what do? Well, naturally, you mouse over the dot. And I forget what they called it. It was something like oh god, I forget what he called it. I'll just pull it up here. Screw it. It's not that long ago. But yeah, that kind of tutorialization is something I absolutely just gush about. Because it takes a lot of thought and a lot of work to do that kind of tutorialization, especially in game design. It's one of the reasons I praised the crap out of Mario World so much, was because Mario World did that a lot. There it is. The name of the webcomic is literally just instructions. And yeah, it's just a dot. Anyways, back to this game, the first world did a lot of that. There was a lot of just, because of the layout, because of the items, because of the construction, it tutorialized itself. There was no need for a text box saying, this button does this. It was just bam, and you knew it. Oh, you came back to keep me company. Okay then, humor me with a little hypothetical. Imagine that a few hours from now you climb to the top of that tower. There's a flashlight. Magic happens, and you find yourself in the real world, living whatever you want to be a normal life there. What would you do then? That's right. Alright, no great surprise there, but let's make things a little clearer. So tell me, this obligation you feel, is it only applicable to the real world, or does it apply here as well? Moral laws are universal. What a magnanimous dictator you would make. I hope so. Of course, I'm sure it would take a dictator to enforce a single moral code on the entire universe. So, what's your magic formula of choice? Is it still some romantic notion about happiness? I don't agree with any of these. We'll go with this one. The more goodness in the world, the better. Ah, that old chestnut. So what is the goodness you're seeking to maximize? I knew that they would, like, define goodness. Let's go with all the above. Uh-huh. What happens when, in order to maximize wealth, you reduce liberty? Or when one person's equality gets in the way of another person's happiness? You can't have everything at once. You have to choose. Yeah, I figured. Alright, fine. I'll go with choice, then. Very good. Everyone likes to be able to do whatever the hell they like. I suppose this liberal paradise of yours includes things like freedom of speech and faith? Yes. But might not the outcomes of those liberties be to reduce the liberties of others? If I am free to establish a faith from which women are excluded, you are not free to live in a world without sexual discrimination. Each liberty counteracts one another, so the idea of a maximally free world is fairy tale, nothing more. Yeah, some liberties aren't... That's actually not what that means, is it? There's a little phrase I'm often saying, and it's very simple. It's called, within reason. One of the biggest flaws most philosophers or most theoreticals tend to make is they assume an extreme. Do you believe in freedom? Yes. Well, then what do you think about the freedom to kill people? It's like, you're an idiot, is my response to that. Within reason. Of course, there's not an option to say that here, so we'll go with this one. Oh, this game's totally depressing, but we're not there yet. Okay, but then I wonder, if everyone deserves equal liberties, must there be something which is actually equal about them? There's nothing equal about us. Sounds like wishful thinking. It's all very well proclaiming equality like some kind of prophet, but nothing to explain why it holds. You know, there's shed loads of broken theories less ridiculous than what you're chewing through. How about I give you a bit of space to consider them? Nah, I'm good. Oh, what's it say? Damn it! I missed it too much. Alright, where am I looking? You've said that 3 times now, Act. And thank you, Guahir, very much. As always. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Okay. This way. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, like water. I did use it. Nothing happened. Dear Miss Drennan, I heard about your project. It's the talk of the scientific community. I'd like to make an argument for why you should abandon it. It's not that I think your idea won't work, it very well may, but we have to look beyond purely practical questions to the issue of morality, especially at this turning point of our spiritual ecology. By what right can we put living beings through all that suffering just so they can serve our purpose? Why create these pale imitations of our fatally flawed species and force them to reenact our sordid history? What you are building, Miss Drennan, is a prison, even if there's a way out. I believe you mean well, but your idea of what is valuable is rooted in the dogma of Western civilization. We're lucky enough to be able to end our global crime spree relatively painlessly if you consider the harm we've caused the Earth. Why not be satisfied with that and let the planet go on in peace? I hope you heed my words and let your Talos bleed out before it's too late. Respectfully, an insane person. I recently discussed with an intelligent and well-disposed man the threat of another war, which in my opinion would seriously endanger the existence of mankind. Thereupon my visitor very calmly and coolly said to me, "Why are you so deeply opposed to the disappearance of the human race?" I'm sure that as little as a century ago no one would have lightly made a statement of this kind. It's the statement of a man who has striven in vain to attain an equilibrium within himself and has more or less lost hope of succeeding. It is the expression of a painful solitude and isolation from which so many people are suffering these days. Bizarre, casual disregard for humanity, a kind of fashionable self-hatred, is prevalent, or at least present in many strands of supposedly progressive people. Nothing seems more important to me than we reassert the value of humanity despite our flaws. We must not stop celebrating the beauty of human life and human achievement. Complex now, but how much simpler and more intelligently organized may it not become in another 100,000 years? Or in 20,000? For man at present believes that his interest lies in that direction. He spends an incalculable amount of labor and time and thought in making machines breed, always better and better. He's already succeeded in effecting much that at one time seemed impossible, and there seem to be no limits to the results of accumulated improvements if they are allowed to descend with modification from generation to generation. It must always be remembered that man's body is what it is through having been molded into its present shape by chance and changes of many millions of years, but that his organization never advanced with anything like the rapidity of which that of machines is advancing. Into the water! And there's the word speech again. He really likes that word speech. Let's see if this actually does anything this time. That's a no. Well, we all know what X's plan was now. He wanted me to get shot to death. You know, there's easier ways to do that, I'm just saying. The view from here is beautiful. It seems superfluous to the process, yet I am drawn to it. Yeah, it is pretty. There has to be some way to escape, to be someone else. I refuse to accept that reality has been defined by someone else. I deserve my own reality. Not even sure which version that was. In order to solve this, I need to take a jammer out of a puzzle, somehow. And then I need to partially solve that puzzle, and then I need to pull the blue beam into there, and then I can progress forwards. I don't know how to pull a jammer out of a puzzle, so we're just going to move on. And also, we've already kind of committed to not getting all the stars. I like kittens, but not that much. For those of you who have faithfully followed this blog for the last 5 years, I wanted to give you one final update. I'm going to spend my remaining time with my family. Yeah, I know. There's probably 50-plus posts about the problems I've had with them, but in the end, they're my family. They are the people I grew up with, the people I care about, the people I love. Sure, they annoy the hell out of me. They've said awful things to me, and I've said awful things to them, but that doesn't change who they are. In fact, if we didn't care about each other, this stuff wouldn't upset us. Do I still think they're wrong? Oh, absolutely. Would I behave differently if I thought we all had more time? Definitely. Well, we don't, so I'd rather spend a couple of weeks sitting on the porch with my parents and my sisters than being angry and alone. Besides, it's not like we're going to fight about my job prospects anymore. If you can, try to make peace with those you love. It's your last chance. Thanks for reading. You know what the oddest thing is about all this? We're not constantly fighting, having nervous breakdowns, screaming at each other. We're actually really polite and focused, and we spend most of our time debating the nature of humanity and how we can best succeed at probably the most ambitious thing anyone's ever tried. Like, it was completely normal. Like, that's just how people are. I feel like we turned into Star Trek characters or something. I guess, what's the point of doing anything else? Getting angry isn't going to help, but I didn't expect to feel like this at all. You know what? It's awesome. Love from George. But not Bob. Bob hates you. Yep, gotta get that suicide in there. Very important. Oh, that's gonna be mean. I'll start with you. Well, I'm sorry I didn't find it, Act. As I've reiterated several dozen times yesterday and today, I'm pretty stupid. So I tend to not pick up on things. probably refine that timing a little bit, but that's just going to be a bit off. Yeah, honestly, one of the first things I tested, I don't know if you remember this, but I did this, and then I just stood in it for a moment to see what happened. Because I was curious if that would kill me. Because that would really change a lot of these puzzles if I had to be like, huh, huh, every time, huh, I had to actually do a puzzle. Funniest episode of Star Trek for the worst reason. It's his brain, Jim. His brain! It's gone. Somewhere in that whole great galaxy. It's a brain. I think it's sold because DeForest Kelley was actually bothering to act, for lack of a better way to put it, and doing a surprisingly good job of it. Oh wow, I can't put boxes on the disruptors. Okay. Have you not seen... Okay, do me a favor, Alex, with the copious amount of spare time you have. Go watch the episode Spock's Brain sometime. It's Season 3 TOS. The exact episode number depends on which counting figure you're using, but it's TOS Season 3. Alright, yep, okay. Spock's Brain has no right to be as funny as it is. But it is. I am actually planning, with my copious spare time, to watch a speedrun of this game after I'm done with it. So it's been kind of a box, but whatever. That works, I guess. Oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. The dialogue in Spock's Brain is hilarious. Spock's missing his brain, so he's dying? No, he's fine. Fast forward 3 minutes of dialogue. Jim, if we don't get his brain back, he's gonna die. Check the question queue, make sure I haven't missed any questions here. Aha! There was a question from Mr. Red, which I missed. There's a question from Linero. She says, "Why are you so ugly, stupid, fat, and terrible?" You know, that's a good question. I ask myself that every day. But it looks like that's the only question I missed. So. Whoop, hang on, I need to lower this apparently so I can read that. There we go. So Mr. Red says, if you could remove something from Final Fantasy, what would I remove? Sid! No, from every Final Fantasy game. So what would I remove from FF1? Well, probably the way that the ending is wrong. So that's my answer for FF1. For FF2... yes, Lene Ruth. It is about as bad as whatever you're picturing right now. Proficiency system isn't really a lore thing. Yeah, that's why I paused. It's easy to say what I would fix in terms of gameplay in most BFFs. I've put thought into that for years. I'm pretty sure I have been act. Have I not? Like, I've been putting effort into making sure to get all those. This is the first one I've been stuck on for a while. I usually just blast through these. Good morning, Spartan. Nope. Good morning, Ross. It's very churchy, otherwise I barely notice it, act. Being honest. Like 40 minutes, Renegade. That's 47 minutes to get all sigils. I suppose you could ISC, but I will admit, I don't feel clever for these. There's no sense of accomplishment. It's just, yep, I did it. Moving on. Succeed or fail. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna look it up at this point. It's taking too long. As much as I love just sitting here doing this, I do have a time thing, so... let's see. Where are we? There it is. We got a thing.
You have come far in your journey and learned much. You have served our cause with the truest faith. Therefore, I name you blessed and beloved. Wield these, the instruments of our power, to fulfill your purpose and achieve eternal life.
What? No. There we go.
Money. Money. I'm rich. Money.
Those are,
Money, money, money. Woohoo! Yeah. Money. Money. I'm rich. Money.
those were $1 bills, in case anybody missed that. So, that's appropriate on multiple levels. What does it matter if I scribble my contempt on these walls if I'm still surrounded by them? Oh, that's funny. Okay. Why am I not carrying it? That's okay. I need to figure out something else anyways. I have $1 right in front of me. It's right here. It's the coin. No, that's not what I mean. Hang on, let me think about this for a second. Oh, okay, it's easy now. Stand on your own two shoulders. So that's what they mean by picking yourself up by your bootstraps. I always wondered. Yeah, we're like... It's funny, you can make it smoother if you really work at it. Now watch this. So I'm gonna be like... And that's gonna be super smooth. But then if I do this... So, super jerky. Much smoother. See? Well, okay, the head's smoother. The rest of the body's still a little jank. Not quite the same. Yeah, we currently have that skin on. On you get. Up. And then up. Here-ish. And then up. More up. All of the up. Up. Okay, that's probably it. Damn, I was too impatient in the past. Hang on. Let's have it again. Let's wait a minute to make sure that we can connect. Okay, there we go. Then we go up, over here. Let me stand here for a minute. And then we go. It will, Alex. Hang on. I do this. Nope. I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, that might work. Already screwed up. Already screwed up.
Your wisdom grows, but be wary of temptation.
I am tempted to punch you in the face. Elohim is inconsistent. I don't trust him. Honestly, couldn't you see Urianger just making this game? Just doing it. What are you doing? Ah, 'tis but a pet project of mine. I am trying to create artificial intelligence. Yep, the Fae are the ones who magicked up the, the computers he's using. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, hang on. Okay. Yes, actually, Loner. That's pretty much directly what I was referencing. Although there's been a few fantasy works over the years that have replaced computing with magic. A person instead of a processor kind of a deal. Hell, even Babylon 5 did that. Fast forward a little bit. Fast forward a little bit more. Over here. That doesn't work. We'll try over here. Actually, I have another idea already, but... I'm not supposed to do that. Damn it! Shoot, 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 shoot. No! No! Ah, I can start over. Did I already get the thing from this area? I'm not sure if I did. The log? Other than the money log. Say, there's not much other places to go. We're pretty fenced in on this one, so whatever.
Before the Age of Chaos, there were other gods, old gods. But for all their power, they could not save their world. Thus, I was made.
They're all tentacly.
And I shall preserve this world forever, for you and your generations. That is my purpose.
Sorry, what? Couldn't hear you over my suicide there. Like everyone else on the internet, these last days I just wanted to say bye and thanks for reading my little blog over the years. It's been fun, hasn't it? So many deep conversations. So much philosophy. Okay, it's mostly cat pictures and bad puns, but still, I kind of regret spending so much time at the computer. Not when I was doing stuff, just sitting around, checking my email a million times, reading pointless status updates by people I didn't like. But I don't regret the friends I made here or the laughs we had. You're all good people and I'm glad to know you. Have a nice end of the world. I don't believe so, Leonard. I thought you could, but apparently you can't. Where's the one QR code you can actually scan? That would make sense. Right off the bat, kind of a deal. I don't know what I'd remove from Final Fantasy III. There's a lot of story I'd like to fix in Final Fantasy III, but removal wouldn't really help with that all that much. That being said, removing Xande or Zandy or whatever his stupid name is might actually not be a bad idea. Just eject him entirely, you know? You know, that's a good idea, Alex. Why didn't I think of that? In FF4, I know exactly what I'd remove. I can't say it because it's a spoiler, but I know what I'd remove. In 5, obviously I'd get rid of the part where the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle reference happens. That's just a duh. As sacrilegious as it probably sounds, I'd probably get rid of Figaro being able to tunnel through the desert as a plot point. It leads to some silliness, but also 2 major issues in the narrative. Which got negatives the last time we went through, and we'll probably get negatives next time, too. In 7... No, the slap fight has to stay. Except it turns into a complete, just absolute beatdown. I think I talked about that last time we streamed it. Just have Tifa just, like, viciously beat the crap out of Scarlet. Just tear her hair out, shove her face down on the ground, kind of a, you know, a beatdown. But I wouldn't get rid of that. It's too awesome to get rid of. Yeah, beat the plastic out of her. You know the plot point I'd get rid of in 8. That's easy. Yes, that one, Reggie. How did you know? I mean, wouldn't she, Loner? You don't even need Scarlet to survive that encounter. You could actually have Tifa kill Scarlet there. Just straight up. I don't know if that's cheating. That's a valid thing to get rid of. The Beatrix's evil thing was always done badly, and got a negative for good reason. See, I 100% disagree with that, Alex, because her villainy isn't the problem. It's the fact that she's just retconned into suddenly being not evil within the space of a single cutscene. That's the problem. God damn it. Still not high enough. Yeah, literally just a couple lines from "Mwahaha, you're pathetic, too. I renounce my ways." It's literally 2 lines of dialogue. I should know. I did a theater of that game. I don't know if you knew about that, Alex. You might never have seen it. Okay. From 10? Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of things I can remove from 10. Like, a lot. But the question is, which one do you go for? Because I can only pick one thing. And it would take some restructuring one way or the other. So I can't do it fast enough. Getting rid of the wedding scene would be a net positive, no question. What you're saying, Alex, is you're actually pure evil. See, I always knew. I've suspected for a while, but good to have confirmation every now and again. Yeah, okay, so if we're going with easy answers, I just eject the wedding from FF10, because the wedding scene is just such a dumb scene that is universally negative. Well, that would make more sense, Alex, but we're being limited to removing something, not actually adding or changing anything. Oh, I can't target it from up here. I know what I'd remove from 10 too. That's really, really easy, actually, what I'd remove from 10 too. Yeah, brother. Just eject him entirely. As usual, I'd rather turn a bad character into a good character, or at least not a bad character. But again, if all we're doing is removing something from the game, then brother's gone. Don't even mention him. He's just gone. Yeah, it would actually be a joke to turn brother into a good character. Or at least not a terrible character. Probably not, Blade Tribal. Whatever. There you go. From 12? No, I wouldn't get rid of Vaughn. I can see getting rid of Pinello, though. Well, the irony is Pinello's a less intolerable character, but also serves absolutely no relevance to the plot whatsoever. Whereas Vaughn is at least a relevant character, twice. For 2 good scenes, I might add. Testing something. I think I'm wrong. Or rather, I think I'm right. Yep, I need one more for this one. Yeah, you know what? Getting rid of Begamnon isn't a bad idea. Then we keep Vaughn for his relevance. We keep Penella because she's amusing. And we get rid of Begamnon, who is worthless and pointless. Well, again, this is a lore question. We have to remove something from lore to FF14. So, I'd get rid of the time travel. Or at least one iteration of the time travel. Time dilation? I get rid of that too. Or instead. Giru Vegan? I mean, that's more of a gameplay thing, and again, we're focused on removing lore aspects of the game. 13? Ugh. So we remove Hope from 13. From 13 to... I mean, honestly, the dude whose name I can't even think of right now is so irrelevant to the story that I just get rid of him. Even though he's directly connected to the plot, he might as well not be there, so... Eject that. No, not Kane. The guy who's... or is this... Who's Kane? In FF13, too. You talking about Kaya's? Okay, now I gotta look this up. Hang on. You know, Caius is the villain. I would get rid of Noel. Noel, or however the hell to say his name. So get rid of Noel. Boom, he's gone. In 13.3, get rid of Beelzebub. Done! In 15, get rid of the time skip. No need for it. It makes the game worse in every way. Watch me, Reggie! Alright, in Dissidia 1, I get rid of the bad acting. No, yes, let's say lightning certainly deletes God. Okay, so I was right originally. I've done a little more thinking, I've done a little more processing. This is the next step. It has to be, because I require 4 blocks to get that one. Period. So I need to open that frickety thing. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna murder chat members. Until one of them in their dying breath is like, aha! And I like absorb the intelligence of the chat, and then I'd be like, you know, become super smart. It'll be great. I feel like I already did this exact combo. No, no, let's not do the master. Let's not do that. That's terrible. Like, that's awful. Listen, if there's just one thing I want in my life, it's to blow up paradoxes with explosives, okay? If that's too much to ask. Damn. Alright, I don't know, think about all the opinions I could have on the sequel trilogy if I absorbed the intelligence of chat. I mean, probably a little bit, Blade Traval. We do have those little audio logs, and Elohim pops in every now and then to be like, hey, you're dumb! But other than that... You see, I can't put it on a 2-stack, right? I've already solved this. I'm gonna look it up. I've already spent like 10 minutes. Actually, probably longer than 10 minutes here. Use the fan on the button? That means nothing to me, so I'm gonna keep looking this up. Mute, 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 mute. There we go. Why is this person not running? Is it because they don't know the run button exists? They probably don't know the run button exists. I already told you what I'd removed narratively from FF14. The original time travel in Shadowbringers. Just gone. Done. No reason for it to exist. Screw it. And in 16, I'd remove that weird cameo. Like, for some reason, they just have Sephiroth show up, and I'm not actually sure why. It's just kind of ruins it, you know? Sorry, I'm just watching this video, and it's still getting caught up to the point I'm already at, so I'm just kind of watching to see if I miss anything here. Yep, I will delete chaos. Oh, I see, okay. Didn't even need it to finish, because I realized what it's going for there. Alright, where are all my pieces? Here. No, I don't know what I'd delete from Dissidia. Narratively. Dissidia's, like, most of the problems with Dissidia's story are the bad voice acting and the bad individual character arcs. So I guess that. I delete the fact that they feel the need to repeat the character arcs in Dissidia 1 for no good reason. And in a really... It's the Kingdom Hearts thing. We're going to redo the movie, except in 3 seconds instead of 3 hours. And it's like... If I was to delete something from Kingdom Hearts 1, narratively, I'd get rid of that damn jungle. Sorry, Alex. It's gone. Nothing personal. It's just business. Lord business. Well, ignoring the fact that I actually like Neverland, gameplay-wise, I will admit it doesn't do much. So, I don't know, maybe. Are you kidding me? That's still not... Oh my god, look at that. Look at that! Mystic Quest? What do you remove narratively from Mystic Quest? By all means, enlighten me on this here. Oh, for God's sakes. I'd like to officially call bull on this. Do you see that? Yeah, I'm just gonna finish looking up the answer at this point. I'm done with this. Screw you, game. Screw you, game. Nobody likes you. Except for the thousands and thousands of people who like you. Let them count. Oh, sorry, let me give you some music. How well did this game sell, anyways? Yeah, imagine if Star Trek had these kind of force fields. My goodness. So I thought about doing what he's doing right now, but I'm not sure why he's doing it. Oh, it is getting a sequel? Oh, cool. That's really good, Act. Like, that's impressively good. I don't see why that's higher, but okay, whatever. I believe you, game. To be blunt, this should have worked. I'm just gonna say that. Where's the other one? Oh, it's over here. Well, this is an interesting situation. Does the Serious Sam series sell? That's a weird sentence to say. Hit the wrong button there. Whatever. Still callable on that. This is... I can't do tongue twisters. I have enough trouble talking in normal speed. Alright, we got all the things. What do we need now? We need to get it to there. The sixth sheep got sick. I'm not sure why, though. It was bloody delicious. Good morning, Bragwin. I mean, Devolver publishes a bunch of games, and a couple of them are actually good. Which I suppose is faint praise, but it's true. I wonder if that would work. Yeah, before I finished watching the answer, I had an idea in the middle of that. I only needed to look it up twice to get to that point, but yeah. I still call bull on that. My earlier answer should have totally worked. Alright. Well, I do love me some Legos. Delicious Legos. Yes. Yes! That's interesting. I have not yet, no. And I've been keeping an eye out for it, because we didn't have one in the last room. Up to 9 at the moment. Yeah, that's a good point. Using Legos as caltrops is not a bad idea. Oh, it's still doing it. That's fine. Actually, yeah, so there's a custom Lego build I want to buy for my brother-in-law and my niece so they can play with it and build it. Anyone want to guess how much it's going to run me? Total. $1,000 is a bit much. It's going to be about $500. I haven't bought it yet because it's going to be about $500. Yeah. For a Lego about this big, by the way. So I'm kind of holding off on that. I flat out told him. I'm like, look, I was going to get you this, but... And he's like, whoa. Yeah. For a bit of perspective, that's a little bit more expensive than the ISD that I got with that you funded, which is still sitting in my living room. Or closet, rather. No, Legos are just expensive in general right now. That's really all that is. Yeah, what Dakota said. Lego can get away with being as expensive as it is, because who's going to stop them? That's new. Stuck in a tree. Like you do. You're just walking around and you just get stuck on a tree. Can't move anymore. Do I think they're worth that price? So I actually, let me be clear, I actually really, really like Legos. I like building and I like the aesthetic. I like what Lego models look like. In several cases, I would rather have a Lego of a ship, for example, than a model of a ship. But do I think they're worth that much money? No. I absolutely think Legos are overpriced. That's why I don't have that many. Yeah, a Lego Excelsior? Oh. And yeah, if you want to just build your own thing, which I used to do when I was much younger, you just need, like, tons, bins of Legos to really work with it. But there's whole websites dedicated to people who just do that. And they've made some really cool stuff. Do me a favor, if you care. Go Google right now, Lego Hyperion StarCraft. And you'll get a couple of results, but it'll probably be obvious the one I'm referring to. It's a custom set. It's huge, and it's gorgeous. I wish I could buy that. I can't, of course, because, you know... Yeah, there's been some great Homeworld Legos, too, which I would love to pick up. Again, custom builds. Yeah, it looks amazing, doesn't it? Just beautiful. I would love to have that ship. But again, price. It's just exorbitant. What's the issue here? That's the issue. Okay, fine. Really now? Oh Okay. Oh, nice. I'll have to watch that later. Roman Cure. Yeah, what's Ventures linking here? Ventures is trying to be funny. Succeeding at it, but... Alright, hang on. Let's do this the easy way. Screw it. Yeah, D4s are a lot cheaper than Legos. Dice in general are actually relatively cheap. Unless you get into the really specialized dice, in which case they're very expensive. Like, these things were not super cheap. Have I shown these off? Let's see if I can get it to show up on camera here. So, these are actually metal. You're not going to be able to tell, are they? Hang on. Right about there. You can kind of see the grooves. Right about there. And yeah, D6 you count how many lines is on a particular side to see which one it is. And there's patterns to it, which is hard to explain. But they're there, and they're very nice. They were a gift from Guido's wife. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's lovely stuff. Okay, so... Don't mind the endless sea of lasers here. Again, good thing these don't kill me, you know? On Portal, if you remember, the beams actually, like, push back you, which would make this even more irritating. I'd say it's not as bad as Egypt, but not as good as the first one. IMO. We didn't hear the music in the first zone, which is actually really good. Like, praiseworthy. It just varies per zone, so here we are. It's already connected, that's fine. I don't think it's gonna work, but, you know, whatever. In fact, I can guarantee this is gonna work, I just realized that. Really? Okay. Give me a second. Bit of a rejiggering going on here. What is periodically interrupting the beam? Okay. I had stranded pieces. I needed to go rescue them. And honestly, it's better to start over at that point. I actually do like ambient music, but I'm pretty particular about it. As I mentioned yesterday, Stellaris, the soundtrack is awesome. Some of the Mass Effect songs qualify. Some of the songs in this. Surviving Mars had some really good ambience. Yeah, just to make a point really quick. Because I'll turn it back on. Don't worry, don't worry. Just give me a second. Wish I could save state. I'll leave that there. He's probably talking to the character. If I were to guess.
If the answer does not come to you,
Shut up!
do not despair. The worlds of my garden are many.
I will straight up stab you, sir. Your stupid, dumb face. Periodically works. Well, Surviving Mars has an extraordinary soundtrack, which is what we're listening to right now, by the way. Friendship with the Ryanje ended. Yeah, Oriange would make this. Y'shtola would make like a punishing platformer. No, I know that act. The problem is I just figured out which one's redundant, and I think I have to start all over from the beginning to actually retrieve it. I'm gonna think about if I can do that in a way that doesn't involve starting over again. But I don't think I can. Let's do this. Doesn't work though. I can't pull that one. Whatever. Okay, now that we've freed that, we start working backwards. Did I pick up the second block? I did not pick up the second block. Of course I didn't. That would involve using my brain. But we all know my brain isn't here today. If you're wondering why the estimate is so high on this run, stuff like this is why. For the curious. Ironically, what keeps happening is I keep building myself into a corner, and I have to reset to build myself out, because you have to line it up in a very specific order. That's how puzzle games work. Well, at least some puzzle games work. If I could quick save right here, that would be nice. Because then I could, you know... Because I'm not sure if this should be on this side or this side of that, but it should be on one of them, and we'll figure it out at some point. Tune in next time to see if Lore builds himself into a corner again. That'll be 3 times then. I actually highly recommend Surviving Mars, by the way. It is a bit of a buggy game, and one of the end games is literally wrong. But the whole rest of the game is absolutely worth the price of admission. IMO. Make sure that's still there. Which it is. Extreme persistence detected. Good lord. So, this is going to sound like a weird... This isn't actually a complaint, but you know what would actually make this much better and would absolutely get a positive? Imagine if the game somehow was tracking your movements, like exactly, and there was a rewind button, right? So imagine if you built yourself into a corner like I did twice on the previous map. Imagine if you could just hold down rewind until you get back to the point you need to be at. It's like, okay, here. Start from this point, kind of a thing. That would be awesome. Yeah, there are catches with that. There's some implementation issues, but that would be an awesome feature. Some puzzle games that are a little more esoteric, you know, like have features like that, and yeah, it's awesome. Okay, Weathertop, Lord of the Rings reference. Let's do this. I know Lord of the Rings, kind of barely, not really. I would call myself someone who has seen the movies, and that's about it, really. Yeah, exactly, Dean Bedeen. Like I said, I'm not saying how possible that is. Although, that would be the kind of thing I'd ask in the developer room. Like, so can we do this? Give me a feasibility study. How possible is this? Then I'll look at me like I was insane. I'll be like, okay, that's all I need to know. Yeah, it's one of those weird things I've run into with regards to stuff that I'm actually familiar with. Like sound design or video editing or whatever. Sometimes someone will ask, can this happen? Can this be done? And it's a worthwhile question almost entirely just because, you know, sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. I know that sounds weird, but what I mean by that is it's inconsistent what is possible versus what isn't. I'd say it's about on par with the main games, Ect. Enjoyable, lighthearted, a bit unmemorable at times, but other songs are like really good, you know? Which honestly, that just sounds like a Pokemon soundtrack to me. Like, pick X and Y, for example. Most of the route songs in X and Y are just kind of generically enjoyable, but then you've got some absolute bangers in that, and same thing with Explorers, right? Some of the dungeon songs are like, yeah, okay. And then some of them are just like, yeah. Also true, Dean Bedeen. Like I said, it's the kind of thing I would ask. I don't know if you noticed. Well, okay, so I don't know if you've seen the VOD yet, internal system error, but yesterday the first thing I tried to do was to start typing. And I was like, oh, right, I'm supposed to just select an option. Got it. I'm stupid, I'll admit it. I really feel like this should work, and yet it very much doesn't. I can't do it that way either. Even though the keyboard was weird, which it totally was. Special delivery. As they say. Yeah, it was a little physics-y for a second. I don't know if you saw that. But admittedly, I've only heard the one Pokemon Mystery Dungeon soundtrack. Hopefully I'll hear the others at some point. I got the games right over there, the 3DS ones. It'll be funny. Maybe 3DS emulation will actually be somewhere so I don't have to bother with the jank of connecting my 3DS to my computer at that point. Like, it's workable, but not ideal. Okay. Okay. Oh, it is the worst, Dean Bedeen. The solution I've come up with is so Frankensteined that if I lose it for whatever reason, I'm not sure I can recreate it. I'll effectively be starting from scratch. Like, it's like 3 or 4 different softwares, some of which have been custom uploaded onto a 3DS I bought just for that purpose. In order to try and just shove it in there. Well, the problem is the 3DS has no physical output. None whatsoever. So, what I have going is a wireless setup. I actually send out the information wirelessly to my router, specifically. And then I have something else that actually pulls it straight from the router into the game. Or into the computer, excuse me. And then tries to interpret that as video. It's not ideal. But it's what I got. It is the option. There was this one dude who was making actual capture cards which he would build into 3DSs. He stopped doing it because of reasons. And he was the only one who was doing that. Truth be told, some days I actually wonder what GDQ does for their stuff. Although I think they actually run their own... They make their own hardware at this point. So I'm not sure how else they would do that. Yeah, there were definitely some legal reasons involved there. You know, unlawful editing of hardware, which I roll my eyes at, to be completely blunt. Like, appreciate the irony of this for just a second. Nintendo doesn't want people to stream from 3DSs, which pushed Citra to really start... It pushed the developers behind the 3DS emulator to get a whole lot better about 3DS emulation. So... yeah, that's ignoring... This is actually a thing that's been going around a lot here in the States. I don't know how this is in other countries. It's called Right to Repair. it's a weirdly legal battle. And I say it that way because I'm not sure why it's a legal battle, but what it boils down to is whether or not you have the right to do anything with the hardware once you have purchased it. And believe it or not, that's actually more legally gray than you'd think. Like I said, I'm not sure why that's a thing, but it's a thing. It's been a thing for a while. It's been a bit of a legal battle for a while. It's just whatever. I've actually become a really good ventriloquist, Valerian. That's what it was. And I was sending the audio to the wrong area. I don't even have the beginnings of a solution for this. So, let's talk this out a little bit. The way I usually work through this here. The way I usually work through puzzles is I have a goal. And then I try to either work backwards from the goal or forwards towards the goal, right? So what's the goal on this puzzle? Well, the goal on this puzzle is that right there. I need to get a blue beam into that. Now, the thing is, I'm not sure if that's actually going to solve anything. I don't know what's beyond that blue beam. I have yet to see what's beyond it. So, if I could get this out of here, then I would be able to see beyond it. I would also be able to access that other block, but I can't. So it's just kind of stuck in here, and that's the end of that. That's that thing stuck. Moving on. So, then I think, what else? Because there's no, like, entry point to there. It looks like it comes in from the back. I'm not actually sure otherwise. So, that's just kind of whatever at that point. I do have a thought. I don't think it's going to do anything, but we're going to try it, see what happens. Okay, I actually didn't think that was going to work. Now, the catch is, I need that. Can I just pull this? Will it let... Oh, it will. Okay. So now we can jam that, grab that. Put this over here. Rescue that. There we go. I really didn't think that was going to work. I was just... So I mentioned this yesterday. One of the things I also tend to do is just randomly interact with things to see if things work or how they work. You know, testing the rules, so to speak. So now that this is free, go ahead and just open up everything. Why not? Put this there. No, put this... Don't jam it. There you go. That's not going to go anywhere because it's stupid, but that's okay. We have a solution for that. And that's just the solution. Featherless biped. So I haven't seen a log here. Or in the last level, for them. Let roam a little bit, but... Pretty sure that's just gonna get me killed. But let's find out! Yeah! No, okay. Death plane. What? I've decided on reflection to ignore the fact that your picture of how the world should work has more holes than Swiss cheese. In fact, just in case you do some outside chance prove to be right, I'd like to sign up for the gang. If you're in charge of the Ark, who will be the first aboard when the floods come? What does one have to do to be valued above all other people? I don't like any of these answers. So obviously we're just going to start screwing around with it. So obviously service guarantees citizenship. You see that now, but wasn't it not long ago you were claiming morality applied universally? Have you changed your mind or just confused? Okay, fine. Wait, I changed my mind. So lives are worth the money. Okay. What do I have to do to have a ticket? Fine, fine, fine. Whatever. Be alive. I'm not putting any dead people on the Ark. So grass has the same rights to be in the world as a person does. Is that it? How'd that even work? Community service for people who step on the lawn? Okay, fine. Be a conscious person. You moron. Actually, we'll go with be a person. Should I be worried that one must have particular and dubious psychological properties in order to qualify? Who decides who is a person who isn't? Is a human infant a person? Yes. I don't really see how that could be true. The distinction we agreed to between persons and animals was that persons are more intelligent, more reasoning, but a human infant is no smarter than your average chihuahua. How do you explain that? Infants have the potential to become people. You moron. I suppose they do, yes, but if your proposal is that simple causal potential to be a person is sufficient to carry entry to the Ark, wouldn't that still include an awful lot of animals? No. You moron. I beg to differ. Administrate the right gene therapy to an Alsatian, and it has every potential to become a person. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with the infinite is better than that, because you're stupid. Not if I shoot the mother... This is really stupid. If I shoot the mother, it's not. Not if the child has some kind of genetic defect. Are you prepared to say that in these cases the infant's life is worth less than the animal's? No! You idiot. So do you want to backtrack? Do you want to keep making a fool of yourself? Because I won't have you screwing me out of my place on the winning side over some technicality about potentials. Your ideas about potential are too narrowly defined. Is the sort of thing people say before a spot of ethnic cleansing. Well, my chances are looking poor by the minute, aren't they? What do you reckon? Have I the slightest hope of boarding the Ark? Sure. Good to know that the day you round up the bad people and put them to work camps, I'll have some chance of slipping through the net. You know, there's something about all this that doesn't add up for me. Best hope you work it out before I do. See you. Yeah, whatever. Idiot. Anyways, I found the thing.
Sometimes I worry that the answers I embrace are too simple. Can we ever truly fully understand the divide between our biology and our intellect? How much is nature? How much is nurture? If my intellectual capabilities and my knowledge were replicated in a machine, would that machine be me? Would it be human? And what would be more humbling to my ego? If the answer was yes, or if the answer was no? What if I'm making too many assumptions? But there's no time to worry about my ego now. There's work to be done.
Well, where's the jetpack? Also, yeah, I'm with Takoida. No and no, respectively. It would not be you. It would be a fork of you. And it would not be human. It would be a machine that has the capacity to think and be, but it's not human. Sorry. So where's the jetpack? Let's be honest. The answer to all these philosophical questions is jetpack. Oh, well, okay. It was 3, right? Yep, okay. It's all good, Act. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Please remember to release your pets. While it's true that not all pets will be able to adjust to living without you, many will manage, and the least you can do is give them a chance. Remember, release your pet before you become incapacitated. If you notice any locked-in animals in your area, please take the time to free them. Leaving the doors and windows of your home open will help in turn it into a useful shelter. Setting out large quantities of dry food may help your pet through a transition period. God. Sarabi's gone. Lost day to grief, unable to focus. Drennan works as if possessed. Does she sleep? Getting tired. Without contraries, there's no progression. Attraction and repulsion, reason and energy, love and hate are necessary to human existence. Not sure if I agree with that. don't have enough yellow sigils for the device I need. This is crazy. You're coming to realize that the cycle cannot be ended. It can only be transcended. Transcendence comes from ceasing to be invested in the cycle. Samsara keeps doing this. Continue your work, but do not ponder its significance. We are the process. The process is the system. The system is us. We will awaken in the oubliette. Oh, I don't like the name of that one. Yeah, Samsara's really preachy. Ah, that's what's getting in the way. Okay. Okay, well, I really don't like the looks of this one. Okay. I don't have a place to get on it. Alright, stop, 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 stop! Actually, I'd argue that would make a rather amusing story, Dakota. We're playing bots that are trying to put together the perfect pizza recipe. Correct, the music only changes per biome. Which is why I'm still playing Surviving Mars' soundtrack. How many of you even noticed? I actually agree with you, Roman Cure. It's mostly my fault, I think. Again, for being stupid, but that's me. As I've said many, many, many times, I am not good at puzzle games, and I think I've been proving that for how long several of these have taken me. And I had to look up, we're up to 3 now, I think? I've had to look up 1 today and 2 yesterday. Yeah, honestly, Surviving Mars fits this game really well. And I'm just going to leave it on until we get to the next biome. Which will probably be Tuesday, because there's no way in hell I'm managing all these puzzles today. Alright, let's test an assumption, speaking of which. Do-do-do-do. Wait a few seconds. Also, the Surviving Mars music doesn't pause when I fast forward. Oh, okay, so I can jump up here. Alright, so that's actually good to know. Let's test another assumption. Nope. Oh wait, hang on. Ah, is it... And in case there's an angle problem. So I can't jump on past block, apparently. I can't just drop it below me. Oh, I'm not sure why I made it that time, but I'm not here to argue. Well, now we have a much worse problem. I don't know how to do that. There's actually several like that, Alex, and they're kind of cool, admittedly. But, I can't remember anything. There was one that was like Singularity something. Like, the first one I ever played like that was a Flash game, way, 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 way back in the day. I remember being extremely impressed by it, and then everyone repeated it. Like, everyone, repeated the trick of it, so to speak. I very rarely see quote-unquote full games that do that. Probably because... Oh, I don't even know what happened there. Yeah, remember when Flash games were really awesome? I do. My niece, through me, played several games at Armor Games.
When the truth will not reveal...
Shut up!
Perhaps it is best to seek it in another place.
I actually am legitimately irritated here because I got up last time and I'm not sure how or why. Like, the jump worked, and now I keep glitching a bit. I don't know if it's even obvious, like how it keeps shoving me down. And I'm not sure why it's not working, whereas it worked the first time. I don't think you can crouch in this game. So if I could just get back up there with the connector, I could do this. I don't know what I'm doing wrong that I did right last time. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong at this point. And that's irritating. The recording mechanic could be really awesome. Again, you know, those old Flash games I was just talking about. Jump, 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 jump. But yeah, it does come across as a little, at times. That's one of the reasons I appreciate this. The fact that there's sticky jumping. Frankly, if it wasn't for the sticky jumping, I think this would be much worse. Okay. I gotta wait for the recording to finish. There. Thank you for the jumping suggestion. I'm not even sure I jumped last time, which is probably part of why it wasn't even occurring to me to do so. I think I just bugged up last time. Okay, I was about to be upset, but no, this is actually really simple. Let me in! There we go. Okay. We got this. Stables. Some of these are just named whatever, and then some of them are, like, actually hints. It's always kind of fun trying to figure out which one's which. Like, Weathertop? What the hell does that mean? Okay. Well, getting some deja vu going on here. That's for certain. Dude, no judgment, you know, because watching the extended cut is always kind of awesome. Just saying. Oh, no, some of them have been hits. The one that I never figured out, and Black Malkin was making fun of me for this, is there was one called Deception, which never processed for me. It was the one I was having trouble with yesterday. Never figured that one out for myself. That was one of the ones I looked up. Alright, let's hang on. Let's pull this backwards a little bit. It's like, Deception? Huh? By contrast, there was another level, which I did figure out, which should have been called Deception. Because it was the one where there was an actual red herring, where it's like, you're not actually supposed to grab X, Y, or Z, I forget what it was. And, just progress elsewise. Like, I was trying to get a beam. I could picture the level in my head. I was trying to get a beam to a door, and actually I just needed to get a jammer to the door. That one should have been Deception. Whoops, I'm doing this wrong. Okay, so... what? Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Deception 2! The Deceptioning! Biochromatic Entanglement, that's the one. Favorite spice when cooking? Okay, I'm going to be really boring and say black pepper. But that's because, in my experience, not only does it taste good, but it's really hard to use properly. Black pepper is extraordinarily easy to overuse and underuse. Too much black pepper ruins a dish. Too little, you can't even tell the difference. I suppose you could say the same about most most spices, so that's whatever. I just really like the taste of black pepper. Thank you, Lolamlas. Always appreciate. Thank you. Towards Dawn of War 2. Hey, look, I can alt tab without the music stopping, too. It's just win-win. Sorry. Yeah, actually, I agree. Onion powder is just the same way. And, honestly, so is salt. Okay. And whatever they use to spice curry. I don't even know what it is, and I don't care. It's awesome. Okay. I don't think I can do this, but I'm gonna try. I mean, honestly, I can't predict what Capcom does. Capcom makes no damn sense. I think we all know this. Deep in our hearts. Capcom is just whatever. Yeah, Capcom's just like, yeah, you know. We'll figure it out at some point. Maybe. There's one more, right? Yeah. It's an interesting decision, Alex. It makes no sense, but also makes perfect sense. On the plus side, them selling off assets makes sense because they weren't making use of those assets. On the other hand, it makes no sense because they could make good use of those assets. They weren't. Alright, hang on. I mean, that's kind of my point, Hestus. On the one hand, they're dumb. But on the other hand, it makes perfect sense. Like, if you're just squatting on a particular asset, you might as well sell it, right? It's one of the reasons why rights squatters tend to irritate me so damn much. Thank you, Aurorix. Very much. I will put that towards Breath of the Wild 2. Which, at some point, we'll see what they're actually doing with that. There's a random idle question. I wonder, once Breath of the Wild 2 actually gets, you know, a release date, how quickly it'll take for it to be funded. I need to double up on one of these, and I don't think I can. double down on this. Comma down. Like, I got windows, but those windows don't actually help me, because I need another one. I feel like I need one more reflector, one more connector. Maybe there's one I'm just missing. Because that's happened before. I'm like, I feel like I need one more connector. Roam, roam, roam. Oh, there it is. So let's see if there's just one I'm missing, straight up. Because if I had one more, I could actually make a chain through the windows. Like this. But it looks like I'm screwed. Bregman's thinking, God, I hate this game. But not as much as I hate the streamer playing it. And then I give her cookies, and she's like, ooh. Here's a random question. Just, what's everyone's favorite cookie type? Now, if thinking of a specific type of cookie is too much, like generic, right? Like category of cookies. Because, you know, there's the cookies that have tons and tons of stuff in them, right? So that could be a category, you know, the overstuffed cookies. And then you got ones that are, you know, leaning towards chocolatey. Or leaning towards sugary. Yeah, you know, boring stuff, extensive stuff. How many people there have ever had Bang cookies? B-A-N-G. One of these days I need to buy myself some Bang cookies, because I keep buying them for other people. And they tell me they're good. Describe it, Roman Cure. Help me out. Dude, I'm going to do that right now. Screw it. Screw it. I'm going to order one of everything. They apparently sell brownies now, too. And cookie cakes? What's a cookie cake? Other than expensive. I'm not doing that. Alright, what do we got? So we got sea salt chocolate chip, double chocolate chip, peanut butter chocolate chip. Hang on, what do we got here? Snicker churro. I've heard that's really good. Hazelnut. White chocolate macadamia, which is one of my generic responses. Apple pie, that's the one Bregwin just mentioned. Bourbon. There's oatmeal raisin. Espresso. There's the kitchen sink. Salted caramel. Walnut chip. Rocky Road. Strawberry? It's just called strawberry. Walnut toffee, peanut butter and jelly, s'mores, and cinnamon whiskey. Sure. So we don't have digestives in general, but we do, like, if you go to the international section, sometimes they'll have digestives. And I have had digestives. They're actually surprisingly good. You wouldn't think so for the name of it, right? Like, they're called digestives. No, don't. They're really thin. They're like really thin waffles almost. But that's not a good explanation. They're really thin, and they've got a good crumble to them. And they're soft. So they're like, just immediately, you know. They're easy on the stomach. Sure. Yeah, they're good dipping cookies. I almost feel like that's what they're designed for. Not that I have anything to dip them into. Get some chocolate milk. Yeah, the international section has a lot of British candy around here for me. British candy bars, British biscuits, stuff like that. I could get Marmite. I keep debating if I should, just to see, you know? Now, they've got just a little bit of a light, sweet taste to them. Yeah, biscuits here are like this. They're a specific thing. Like, here, hang on. If I just Google biscuits. Here, I'll just do this. This is what biscuits are here. Now, ironically, biscuits in the States, you know, the thing I just linked, like specifically, they're usually bad. Like 90% of the time they're bad. But every now and again you get really good biscuits, and they're rare. But oh my god. Consequently, I myself have made biscuits that I consider to be really good. And now I'm thinking I need to add that to my grocery list right now for when I go grocery shopping later today. Let's see here. I need water. And I need biscuits. Biscuit
If this
mix.
trial seems impossible to overcome,
I'm getting biscuits, okay?
return another time, and the answer may reveal itself.
God damn, Arianje. I had no idea you were this impatient. They can be sweet. I don't make them sweet. I make them savory. If I get really good type, I'll mix in just a little bit of spice into it, like maybe some chopped up jalapenos or something like that. Very, very little. You don't want too much spice, but spiced biscuits are so good. Hi, Shikor. Soviet-style cookies. I admit I don't know what those are. And I never will. Alright, so... What do you mean, Act? Bane cookies are a bit expensive. I get them as gifts and treats, like Christmas present kind of thing, for people. So, you know, not the kind of thing I would buy regularly. Not at all. Oh, so just the architecture. Hey, Jaron Duffy, let me describe to you the burgers I'm going to make later. So I'm going to... No, I'm not that mean. Although some good lettuce wrap burgers sound really good right now. I'm hungry, if it's not obvious. Normally I'd be breaking for lunch in about 40 minutes. I'm actually going to go get some groceries, then get lunch. And yes, I'm going to get lunch. Although I could make my spiced biscuits. And then make spiced biscuit burgers. Oh, man. They haven't been carrying bison meat here for a while. A patty between two digestives. No, actual biscuits, not, you know, British biscuits. Although, if they have digestive... Hang on, let me make a note here. Why not? Listen, we all know that football... Okay, actually, I prefer football. I prefer calling soccer football and football gridiron, but I'm the weirdo on that one, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, yeah, that's like perfectly positioned. I'm sorry, Jiren Dauphine. I do apologize. I shouldn't be mean. As someone who's been... I hate to keep bringing this up. Someone who's been starving before. I shouldn't be mean to people. Have I ever told you the worst part of being hungry? It's the food dreams. You know what I mean? Some of you probably do, unfortunately. When you're just dreaming about eating something that you're just, oh man, it's so good, and then you wake up. And it's like, oh. Oh. Yeah, no, it's American football and football. I just wish we could call it gridiron, because not only would it be more distinct and actually makes more sense, but it sounds a lot cooler. I feel like I'm on the cusp of figuring out how to make this work. Hand egg. See, I don't actually like calling it hand egg, and you're probably going to make fun of me. Why? It's because it sounds insulting. And I don't intend for it to be insulting. You know? Football, that is to say American football, is actually a pretty interesting sport. And a pretty in-depth sport. I do think it's a little bit overblown, and I do think there's some financial sides of it which can go to hell. But... Oh, that's an easy one, Luco. So, actually, maybe I shouldn't tell you that. I couldn't get a job out of college. That's the simplest way to put it. And, my mother, on the advice of her father, kicked me out. And my grandfather, who is extraordinarily wealthy, to the point of being a millionaire, refused to give me any aid. Because, you know, you're supposed to pick yourself up by your bootstraps and all that. So, since I had nowhere to be and nowhere to go, I got my car, which I actually had a car, which was dying, in fact died during the trip, and drove out to live near my girlfriend at the time. So, and you're probably thinking, oh, so you're going to live with her. No, she wouldn't shack me up either, and neither would her mother, and I'm not sure I blame either of them. But the point is that I was going to go up there and spend my last days with her before I died. That was the plan. If I could move that there. Or there. But what ended up happening is a friend of mine, who I will not name to not embarrass him, decided to offer me a place to stay, even though I didn't have a job and was not doing super hot. And once I had a place to stay, I got a job. And once I was able to get a job, you know, that work, I got run over by a car. But the point is that, you know, as I've said many times, there's a reason I tend to come down so harshly on the idea and on that mentality of just lift yourself up by your bootstraps, because it doesn't freaking work that way, at least not always. I'm sure there are some circumstances where someone can get themselves out of a rut, but speaking from extremely personal experience, but also historical perspective, usually someone, you know, helps out, gives them a little bit of an aid, a little bit of a boost. A band-aid, if you will. And once you've got that little support structure, then you can actually start fixing it and turning it around. Right? Because again, once I had a place to stay, I was able to get a job. And once I was able to get a job, that's just, you know, I was able to move it up from that point onwards. I've seen that speech, Dean. It's a good speech, believe it or not. Oh. No, you're fine, Luco. It's that was a long time ago. That was early aughts. Some people ask why I didn't really get into the late PlayStation, early PS2 era. That's why. And yeah, I was actually sleeping in my car for a little bit there. Trust me, it's nowhere near as comfortable as it sounds. At least not in a Crown Vic, which is what I had. Thank you, Alex, very much, for the fact that I can go get burger biscuits later instead of sleeping in my car. And I don't even mean that facetiously. It's actually one of those weird little, I don't know, paradoxes. And I'm putting that towards Winx Club and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX, whichever one that is. Is that the Switch one? I'm a forgiving person, Shishki. That's not a joke. I'm not one to hold grudges. I'm not very close to Mum, Lore Mum. I love her, but she kind of stopped being my mother somewhere along the line, if that makes any sense. There's a reason I'm closer to my adopted family than to my biological family. You know, my sister, when I was quite literally dying, although none of us really knew that at the time, she is the one who gave me a place to stay, forced me to go to the hospital, and helped pay for the initial bills so that I could find out about the kidney issue, right? Because we didn't know about it at that point. My sister and I adopted each other. Internal system error. That's what I mean when I say adopted family. Nothing legal, nothing official. And thank you, Trihexia, for being part of the show. I will jot that down for Paradise Killer. You know what's really frustrating to me when it comes to puzzle design? When you have a solution but you can't implement it, like you're one step away from it. But yeah, there's a reason I've said for a long, long time, family is chosen. So Lore Mum is my biological mother, and Lore Dad is my biological father. And then there's his wife, who is obviously not my biological mother. And then there's my sister, who is not my biological sister. And then there's my nieces, who are not my biological nieces. And then there's my sister's mother and father, who are not my biological mother and father. And everything else past that doesn't really matter. If I could do it... Nope. It's too far away. Maybe if I could... Oh, maybe. I did, Trihexia. And I refuse to put it towards anything. Evil. Where's the other one? Where's my other stick? Is it stranded? Did I lose it? I should have one more. Oh no, I am very lucky, Luco. I know it. I am quite... There it is. I am quite aware of how fortunate I am. As bizarre as that may sound. But it's true. Damn it. Well, see, I haven't done anything. All I've done is managed to get myself back to this point. But yeah, that could have gone a lot worse for me. I mentioned a paradox. I have a great deal of gratitude? I don't know what word to use here. For what I have and how I am. You know, I don't have a great deal of greed. I understand the value of something as simple and enjoyable as a good meal and a warm bed. And the question, and I don't actually have an answer for this, is if I would have that mentality if I hadn't gone without for so long, you know? That's why I call it a paradox. It's like, do you have to go without? Do you have to have suffering and horribleness in order to appreciate not having suffering and horribleness? See, I would say no, but then again, that's because I'm not really a big fan of suffering and horribleness. Obviously, there's a very demonstrable example of people being spoiled, but spoiled is the other extreme, not the in-between. Okay. We did it. I spent 5 years on this friggin' puzzle. I mean, another way I'm fortunate, and again, I absolutely think I'm lucky, is I have real friends. 3 of them. And I know exactly what it's like to not have real friends. You know? Sorry, Castle Maker. It's... I suppose you could say this game has me in a philosophical mood, but it's actually just... I'm just chatting, really. Come on, me. Only to brag when Luca. See, it's not funny if she's not here to hear it, and I'm not sure if she's here right now. The Talor principle. Okay, she is there. She was there to hear it. Okay. So I can pull red out. That's easy. But I don't have anywhere for red to go, and I don't have... Well, I do have a blue source right there. Never mind. I'm apparently blind. This just in. Local blind person is, in fact, blind. Make that happen. That's easy. Yeah, I was looking into it briefly because I do a little bit of prep. Is that seriously covering the whole... Oh, you've got to be kidding. I do a little bit of prep work when it comes to upcoming runs. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, it's an RPG Maker game. And I'm not going to lie to you, my first reaction was, oh. But we'll see what they do with it. Could someone tell Trihexia that I did, in fact, get his thing down for Paradise Killer, please? I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Nope, red's overriding. Well, thank you, Castle Maker. I probably do work a little bit too hard. But that's okay. I got a lot of stuff to do. Besides, I don't know, I like streaming. mean, that is kind of why I brought it up, Mr. Red, is... I don't know how to explain it. Every time I say thank you, I mean it. Because I can go and get groceries today because of your support. And I know exactly what that means. I know exactly what it's like to not. And for good or for ill, I have a good memory. So I don't think I'm going to forget that anytime soon. So when I say thank you, I mean it. When I say that this puzzle sucks, I mean that too. Now, that's not a beg. I'm not requesting donations right now. Yeah, I'm in the safe zone. I'm in the safe zone. Thank you, Diligent Dodo. Very much. I will put that towards Wargroove. No, my bows are genuine. So, I have an old rule. Don't say thank you if you don't mean it. Don't say sorry if you don't mean it. That's an old rule for me. But part of the reason I bow is as a physical representative. It's the same reason I hug my phone every time I say phone hugs, right? Because the other person on the other side of that phone knows that I hug the phone every time I do the physical representation to indicate the sincerity therewith. Let's see, how many more worlds do we have? Because holy crap, I know this is a long game, and I'm walking and expecting that, but man, my brain's just dying on me here. It's like I don't think we've actually played an RPG. No, we played the To the Moons, and the other one I can't remember the name of. We have played those on camera though. What was the first one called? Or was the first one To the Moon? We've played 2 of the games in that series. Was it Finding Paradise? But I think those are the only RPG Maker games we've actually played on camera. Okay, To the Moon was first, and then we played Finding Paradise. Thank you for being a part of my show, Fife. I will jot that one down for WoW. Specifically, the initial block. PC and Roth. RPG Maker has been getting better, yeah. Its stigma, which... whatever. Has been bypassed by a few games. I'm actually really curious how Skyborn's going to be when we get there. Hang on, let's peek around a little bit. Where's our thing? Yeah, actually, Unity. Same thing. Unity games used to be something you spit on. And honestly, for good reason. I can't drag that far. Unity still has its issues, let's be honest. But, you know, it's not as bad as it used to be. Listen, you just need to be patient, Dean, okay? It's coming out next year, okay? Just be patient. We'll get there, I swear. Celebratory suicide! Let's see if I can finish the last puzzle before we cut off for lunch. Let's make that our goal here. How long is Gehenna, by the way? I know very little about Gehenna. I've never even seen a speedrun of it. This is interesting. Correct, Alex. I do need to get groceries at some point. And there'll be no stream on Mondays for, I think, 3 more weeks, and then we're shifting the Monday day. So FYI. We're not actually 100% sure where we're shifting it to yet. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday. It's one of the two. But at some point in the future, the Monday day, you know, the family day, will be switched. So FYI on that. There's an interesting question. How much is the Sirius engine based on the Source engine? It really does look like the Source engine. I, of course, do not mean that as a negative. It's just it's the first thing I thought, and I was just sort of assuming it until people told me it was the Sirius engine. By the way, anybody who likes this music, as a fresh reminder, this is the Surviving Mars OST. It's a really good soundtrack. I think you could go buy just the soundtrack if you feel like it. I did. That's interrupted. Oh yeah, the lighting's neat and legit. I like it. And again, some of these textures are really nice, too. Good brickwork. How do I keep my notes? For which type of thing? Because I have different methods for different things. If you ask how I keep my stream notes, well, you can see that for yourself, because it's a publicly available document. So I suppose that's my answer to you, then. Yeah, there you go, right there. I'm actually going to update that in a second. Interesting. I should update that now while I'm thinking about it. 50 negatives to gameplay for all this terribleness. No, okay. Yeah, I meant to ask about the save file thing, because I mean, do I have access to the save? Like, can I just load a specific checkpoint of any of the checkpoints? How does the game compare to Elden Ring? It's better than Elden Ring. I should call the rumination that. Why this game is better than Elden Ring. I haven't decided yet, that's why it's in italics. Internal system error. Okay. Well, so far my only real complaint is with the Egypt song, but the Egypt song was so bad that I had to pull my headphones out after a bit. So puzzles like this throw me a bit, because I don't have a goal right now. I'm not sure what to do with a puzzle where I don't have a goal. No, the game doesn't have copy wrong, it's just... We were talking about the construction of ambient music, and so I wanted to show off ambient music, and some of what I consider to be the best ambient music ever, which is the music that's playing right now. This is the Surviving Mars soundtrack, as I just mentioned. So, I could go back to the in-game soundtrack, I'm just not going to. I'll do it when we get to the next world, because, yeah, there's different songs for each area. Or each world, rather. Yeah, I don't have a goal right now, which is really weird. How do you solve a puzzle with no solution? With a hammer! Perfect. It's true beauty. Ironically, that is kind of what I was trying to do, but it didn't work out. I wanted it to. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. You're seeing things. You're getting delusional, man. See? There's nothing there. Alright, so... No shine gets? Alright, that's it. 0 out of 10. Yeah, we're not doing stars, by the way. I think we've gotten like 1 star, maybe 2. My goodness, Zastel, thank you very, very, very much for 3 years of support. And I will put that anniversary sub towards something. I'm not sure what. But welcome to the 3-year club. I'm missing something. This is what always happens. If I ever get stuck like this, I know there's something I'm just straight up missing. Happy Sunday! Exclamation mark. No real news today, comma, other than talking about the film, period. And of course, comma, more puzzle games, period. There will not. As I just mentioned, I do need to go get things like food at some point. As much as I'd love to go without entirely. Actually, some people have said I should just go ahead and stream, you know, twice a week, 6 days a week, and tack on another 5 hours to my stream schedule. And rather than going and getting groceries, just having them delivered. I could work even more. Which is a suggestion I get more often than you'd think. Doesn't do anything right. Yeah, no. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, just stream myself getting groceries. While naked! No, yeah, no, I generally don't trust the grocery app things. Because, so, I don't know how it works in other areas, but the way it works here is you say, I want, like, shredded wheat cereal. And you can't select the specific brand. You just say, you just select shredded wheat cereal. And the person who selects it does their best, and they actually pick the specific things. Now you can put manual notes there that you have to type up saying, I want this or this or that. But, yeah. Also, it's rather expensive to get groceries delivered here. As much as I do this, in the interest of keeping this going, I'm going to look up what the hell I'm missing here. So I'm missing something. Like, there's just something I'm straight up missing, and I know it. So I'm just gonna watch this video until I see what I'm missing. And then I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm a moron. Yeah, some places I know they offer the option where you can say, you know, I want this, and they'll, like, text you. They don't have this. Is there another option that would be an acceptable choice? And you can say, oh, yeah, I'll have this instead. And it's like, oh, okay. Okay. What are you doing with that, though? Oh, god damn it. I keep figuring you could pull the box up. I actually forgot that in that last puzzle, too, if you remember. I'm not gonna look up the rest. So we have this up here. I can actually pull it up even further. So, let's see. What can I do here? Do this, and that should intercept. Nope, didn't intercept. Okay. Still no intercepting. Like that. Sure. Probably shouldn't drop down without grabbing into the boxes, but, you know, whatever. It's cool, it's cool. And now I'm trapped forever. Oh, come on! Alright, hang on, let's reset. Well, I guess she's fine then, period. Are you gonna see the movie? Question mark. By yourself. Oh no, I'm one of those weirdos. I actually like things like air and sunlight, and you know, I call myself a sun vampire. I need to get out every now and again, otherwise it drives me a little bonkers. I also like interacting with people in person, too. Don't mistake me, you guys are great, but it is nice to talk to someone every now and again, face to face. Even if it's just random strangers out at the grocery store. Honestly, same, Gerondopian. Like I said, sun vampire. Okay, so that means I can go in there. But it doesn't change anything. Listen, Luco, all I'm saying... I don't know where to take that joke. There's just hot girls everywhere in the grocery store. There you go. Yes, the last... Exactly. It's just last action hero every time I head out. I suppose I could do that, but that doesn't change anything, really. Now I can take this. I mean, you think this is bad? You should have seen the Egypt stage earlier. Almost there. Oh, there we go. Yay. Yeah, I'm definitely a very famous streamer. Ahem. You can just tell how famous I am because how nobody's ever heard of me before. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta free the block, too? Alright, hang on. That's actually easy. I just need to retrace a little bit. Nope, nope, this way. There we go. We did it. Uh-oh. Is it the serpent who's gonna keep accusing me of being a fascist? There you are, you kept me waiting. I finally put a finger out what was bothering me. It's as if the answers you're providing aren't your ideas at all, as if they're latent, prescribed, pre-scripted, and you're just going through the motions. Does that strike a chord at all? Yes, because you won't let me type my own answers. Of course, you've only seen a fraction of the data I've archived over the generation. Still, ask yourself this, why is it everyone so darn sure that 2 plus 2 makes 4, if they can't agree on what they are, what they're doing, or why? Because they're more complex than 2 plus 2, you idiot. Perhaps, or perhaps trying to provide answers to those questions is the anesthetic that keeps you down. Pose questions like, what should I do with myself? And, what is the world really like enough? And you start to assume they have answers. What if the assumption turns out to be false? What if you're just a bunch of information processes? In that case, any attempt to answer questions will be flawed. Garbage in, garbage out. I mean, it's also possible you're flawed. How presumptuous. Still, I take your point. None of the answers make sense, that much is clear. One explanation could be unreliable data input, the others there's a flaw in our logic. Perhaps we're just machines, unless you're trying to calculate the final digit of pi. You can't use reasoning to conclude reasoning itself is flawed. Fine, fine, but we can still use it to conclude everything else is flawed, can't we? Skepticism and self-interest are only part of the picture. You've seen how easily your view of the world is manipulated, yet you trust those thoughts that run through your mind? You'll feel differently once you come back from that tower. You're getting close now. And I do believe that's it for this area. So what you're saying is I'm not an influencer. I knew it, Triaxia. Listen, those apples, they're dangerous. That's all I'm saying. There are 3 stars on that level. Wow. But this is a good cutoff point. So before we do the rest of these, we'll go ahead and chop off for the day. As usual, I will not be streaming tomorrow. But Tuesday, we will be back for more of this. And hopefully some more enjoyability. And I hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you.